Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Red Rose Relationships. Thank you so much for being here. Hello, Jenna. Welcome. Tonight, we're going to be doing a live love reading here on the channel. So, if you're watching this in the live version, hello, welcome. Be sure to give this stream a thumbs up. We are going to start this stream off with a live love reading, looking at the energy of the masculine collective, seeing how the general masculine is currently thinking and feeling and how that relates to you and your situation. And then after that, I will open up for live readings. Let me double check and make sure that it is open. It should be open. Yeah, try it again. Should be open. Then after the live reading, I'll open up for live readings. I am offering free readings on this stream. There is a link in the description box where you can sign up. Go ahead and click the link, sign up there, and we'll do your reading live here on the stream. If you'd like a more in-depth reading with more context and more information, I do also offer private readings, and that is available in the description box for you to check out, okay? All right, guys, let's go ahead. Let's get started. Let's do our live reading, and then we will open up for personal readings. So, most important messages in love, please. What is the current energy of the masculine? How is your masculine? How is your person currently thinking and feeling about you? What is their energy towards you at this time? What do they want you to know? Most important messages, please. All right, let's cut the deck here. Alrighty, so in your person's current overall energy towards you at this time, we have the Ace of Cups. Doesn't get sweeter than that. That is pretty much exactly what you want to see in someone's energy towards you. So this person has a lot of feelings towards you, okay? And I feel like these feelings are hard to describe, hard to express, hard to understand, or like hard to know what to do with. They just know that for whatever reason, their heart is very open to you. They intend to keep their heart open to you. They want to see where things are going to go for you. Or go with you rather. I don't think at this particular point in time this person has like this very calculated, methodical plan of what they want, but they can, when they really are honest with themselves and they assess their feelings, they know that there's something there for you and that it feels good and that it's significant, okay? They just don't really like I said, there's no like plan, there's no like, okay, I'm going to do this, then I'm going to do this, then I'm going to do that. They're just like, you know what? There's just something about her I really like, I really love. I feel feelings that I don't feel for anybody else, or it's not, super common to feel the feelings that I feel. And I want to allow myself to feel those feelings and continue to be open to those feelings and seeing wherever that leads me. So that's like where he's at with you in general. So the way he's thinking about you right now, I have the Queen of Pentacles. Okay, so yeah, he finds you very attractive, and not just like physically attractive, though that is definitely a part of this. He finds you also like your energy attractive. He finds like your position in life attractive, like the way that you carry yourself, the way that you move through life, the circumstances that your life look like. He also finds that very attractive. So like maybe you have like a good job, maybe you take good care of your physical body. The way you show up is just attractive, and It's like, again, it's deeper than just the way you look. It's like your energy. Something about you is giving off stability. Something about you is giving off, this is weird, but like longevity. Like I know it's kind of weird, a weird word to say, but it's like he feels like you know how to carry yourself, you know how to take care of yourself, you know how to live your life, you know how to do things for yourself, and that's like attractive to him, okay? He feels like you're someone that should be honored. He feels like you're someone that should be respected or taken care of, right? Like he just feels like you're something that's supposed to be held in high regards, you know? You're someone that should be, you know, told, you know, "Hey, you're amazing," and treated in such a way. Like this person just really holds you in really high regards, has like a lot of respect for you, but not in like a serious respect way, more of like, I need to be respectful towards her. I need to show her respect. I need to make her feel like she is the special person that she is. Okay. So I feel like he wants to like honor you. He wants to respect you. He wants to make you feel um like seen and like, yeah, you know, seen. It's really hard to describe like the feeling that he has or like the way he's thinking, but you know, he just knows like you're someone really special and he knows that someone like you like deserves to be treated in a special way and like he wants to treat you in that way, okay? So the way he's currently feeling about you, I have the Page of Cups. And that makes a lot of sense because as I'm trying to like describe the way he's feeling, it's like it's kind of difficult to explain it. And that's because like for him, he doesn't really even fully understand it. And that's kind of like something he's trying to figure out. It's a little bit frustrating for him. It's not super easy to understand his feelings. Like he may feel them, but it's hard to like explain them, articulate them, make sense about them. He's still trying to do that, but there are a lot of feelings towards you. Just know that a lot of times his feelings towards you maybe don't go are not expressed. There may be certain times where you're like, does he even care about me? Is he even thinking about me? And it's like, yeah, 100% he is. He's just not able to really like express them the way he wants to. So it's kind of tricky, kind of difficult, okay? So the way he feels about your connection at this time, we have the 3 of Swords. Interesting. I do kind of see here that okay, there's 2 groups, okay? So apply this to how it resonates. For some of you, there is an external situation. There is a third party situation. No, it doesn't necessarily mean there's a person. For some of you, yes. For some of you, no. If there is a person, you know about it, okay? The third party for some of you guys is his work. The third party for some of you guys is his financial situation. But there is some really big energy in his life that prevents him from fully investing in you and fully going all in on you the way he wants to. Okay. And this is multiple things. Like I said, it's not one thing across the board for everybody. There is something that really pains him, that hurts him, that's a challenge, that's an annoyance, that's a pain in his ass. Okay. That prevents him from going all in. He wants to go all in on you, but he can't. And I even have the Knight of Cups. Yeah, like he desires to be more in with you, but he can't. Let's actually clarify and see if we can get a little bit more information here. Okay, please clarify the 3 of Swords. Oh, I have the 12th house. Okay, interesting. So it's his own mental health. Okay. He may be experiencing some type of mental health crisis right now. And not saying that it's like a diagnosed mental health problem like bipolar or something like that, but I do feel like there is something that is really weighing very heavily on him. You may not know this just by looking at him. In fact, when he's out and about, when he's at work, when he's, just going about his errands in life, you may not know that he's carrying something, but he is. He is carrying something. There is something that is affecting his spirit, something that's affecting his soul, something that when he's alone, he is working through privately. There's a spectrum for how intense this is, but it does feel like something in his life is coming to an end or needs to come to an end. It's very emotional. It's not easy to deal with. For some of you guys, knock on wood, it could be like a death in the family or a very big change in the family. I'm picking up for some of you. For some of you guys, it's the ending of like living in one place and having to move to another place. Maybe not really because like he necessarily wants to. Um, it could be like something going on with his financial situation or his career. It just feels like something that he's been doing for a long time. It's like he can't do it anymore on some level. And it's kind of hard to let go of the past because it's like all he's known. But on the flip side of that, I do have the 11th house at the bottom of the deck. I do feel like whatever he's walking into, it's going to be a lot better. It's like he needs to step into the future. He needs to move forward in his life. It's just hard to let go of what he's always known. Okay. So he is dealing with the ending and completion of some facet of his life. Okay. All right. So with that being said, the challenge to your connection at this time. Knight of Wands. Yes, it's challenging the intimacy. Okay. Whatever he's particularly going through, it's challenging the intimacy, the closeness. I have the Nine of Cups at the bottom of the deck. It's challenging just his satisfaction, his ability to just enjoy your connection without worry, to enjoy the time with you without worrying and stressing about what's going on behind the scenes. So you may notice with him that he maybe kind of seems a little bit off or not as present, a little distracted. For some of you guys, maybe he is not communicating with you as regularly as he was at some particular point in time. But one thing I want to let you know is that it's not personal, okay? It's really nothing to do specifically with you. It's got all to do more with his current mental state. It's got all to do more with the fact that he is currently processing the ending of a chapter in his life. He's currently processing the fact that he's got to progress and move forward and leave something behind to be able to do that successfully. That's really more of what is bothering him. For some of you, he is about to step into a better chapter of life, but it comes with more responsibility. Okay. And even though maybe he's making more money, maybe he's going to have a promotion, maybe he's going to have more status, it still can be scary, just because something good may be happening for him, it can bring up fear. And that's what I'm feeling here is there's definitely more emotions that he's dealing with privately than what you see publicly with him. And yes, this can definitely be affecting the way that he is interacting with you at this particular moment in time. Okay. But it's not to do with you. There's nothing wrong specifically with you. Okay. All right. Let's get some messages from him. Let's see what he wants to say at this time. All right, so his message to you at this time, we both know I'm not the one for you. So he feels very insecure when it comes to you. He doesn't feel like he's good enough for you. He doesn't feel like he can really offer you what he thinks you're looking for. Or he doesn't feel like, he can be on the level that he needs to be at for somebody like you. Like I said, he really respects you. That's the thing about this particular guy when it comes to you. He sees your value, he sees your worth, and it kind of is a little bit intimidating for him in the sense that he feels like he needs to be better as a human being. He needs to be better as an individual. He kind of feels like right now you're bringing a lot of the value to the table and he's kind of just like getting to enjoy you, okay? That's sort of the way that he sees it at this particular moment in time. So, he has a lot of work to do in terms of his self-confidence. He's had a lot to do in terms of his self-worth, okay? And that is also going to affect your connection from being able to progress forward. You may have to give him a lot of reassurance and let him know, like, I want you. I want to be with you. You are enough for me. You may have to kind of tell him those things to get him to like calm down and to like not put you on so much of a pedestal. It's great when a guy's putting you on a pedestal, but sometimes he can kind of see you in an unrealistic way and not see you for just your heart and your needs and understand that, he can be enough for you. So when it comes to him specifically, you may need to give him a little bit more validation, okay? Until he sees that, you do want him and you do see him in the way that he sees you, okay? So just know that that is also a factor here. At the bottom of the deck, I have sometimes I stay awake thinking about you. So, like I said, this person is thinking about you a lot more than you know, but it's bringing up not only positive emotions, but some fear. Okay. You do bring up some fear in him, the fear of whether he's good enough, right? The fear of whether he can be enough for you, whether you're going to stay interested in him. Okay. Like, you do bring up some fear in him. And that's something that he is working through privately behind the scenes that you may not know. You may look at him and think, oh, he's really attractive. Oh, he's got this going on. And you may just assume that he's very confident, where he may not be very confident. Okay. Hello, Sarah. Welcome. So there's a little bit more, I think, that goes on with him mentally than you may be aware of. Okay. So let's see what spirit wants you to know in regards to him. We have boundaries. Okay, I feel like he may be putting up boundaries with you. Okay, this is one of those circumstances where it feels like it's the other way around. But his boundaries are more coming because of fear. And it's more than boundaries, I would say defenses. He may have defenses up with you where he's not letting you get fully into him. He's not letting you have full access into him. And that's just something to be aware of. I do have second chance at the bottom of the deck. I would not give up on this. I would not um see this as necessarily a red flag. I would just be aware that he may not be as confident as he maybe tries to appear. He may have kind of like a mask, but it's not really accurate. He may be more sensitive than you think. He may be more insecure than you think. Okay. And sometimes he may keep an arm's length between the two of you, not because he's not interested, but because he wants to protect himself from being rejected by you. So, yes, he has his own insecurities that comes from varying levels of depth. And that's something to be aware of. And you may have your own, right? So, this is where there can be kind of like difficulties with this connection because you may have your own insecurities that are coming up. He may have his insecurities that are coming up, and then those two insecurities coming up against each other can create, tension or confusion, or you can be misreading each other. And then that may lead to kind of like weird energy. So, you know, just like kind of how he puts you on a pedestal, you have to be um, conscious to not put him on a pedestal and think, oh, he's this and he's a guy, so he doesn't feel anything, he doesn't care. No, he definitely does care. He just may not show it. It may not be very like obvious. All right, let's get one more oracle card here. And then we'll talk about your next steps. Yeah, I have codependency. So I feel for him, he may come from, or he maybe has had a codependent relationship in the past. His parents maybe had a codependent relationship. Okay, maybe mom was the codependent and dad was more of the, let's see, either like narcissistic or had an addiction or something along those lines. And his mom maybe modeled codependence on him, and then the mom transferred that codependency onto her children. And so he's very aware and cognizant of that, and he tries his best not to end up in those situations. He himself maybe has been in a codependent relationship, and so he's very sensitive to that. He ensures that he's not getting into a codependent situation. Um, so that's something else that he may be protecting himself from. I do have heart to heart conversations at the bottom of the deck. So it does feel like you guys may be able to get to a point. There may be a level where he is more comfortable discussing these things with you. But I do feel like ultimately with him, he wants a healthy relationship. He wants a relationship where that person is going to let him be him. That person is going to let him. When I say freedom, I don't mean, do whatever he wants to do and like be in other relationships. No, but he wants the freedom to be himself. He doesn't want to have to pretend to do things that he doesn't want to do just to make the other person happy. He's been in that scenario before. He's been in that situation where he's kind of had to like compromise or sacrifice what he wants to do to make the other person happy. And he doesn't want to go back to that. Okay. He really doesn't want to go back to that. So you may notice with him that, sometimes he maybe is a little bit hot and cold, or hard to read, or can be distant, or you feel like he's keeping an arm between the two of you because he wants to see, are you going to be, needy? Are you going to be like cramping his style? Are you going to be like, stressing him out? He kind of maybe is low key testing you before he lets his guard down fully to you, because he doesn't want to let his guard down to you and then end up in a toxic situation. It feels very, very strongly to me that he has experienced toxicity with relationships. And it's kind of sad because this is someone that actually likes to be in a relationship. I'm feeling like this person actually likes to be in a relationship. But I also feel like he is very giving. He's very generous. And he doesn't want his generosity to be taken advantage of, or he doesn't want his generosity to be drained. This is the type of person that when he does get into a relationship, he gives everything to that person. He's going to serve that person. This is the guy, he's kind of like a Prince Charming type of guy. This is the guy that's going to open your door. He's going to go out of his way to do nice things for you because that's genuinely who he is. But he doesn't want to be with someone who takes advantage of that, or someone who only sees him as there to serve them and doesn't want to return the favor, because I just keep feeling very strongly he has experienced that. He has been very badly taken advantage of. He has been with toxic people, or a person or people before, where he was giving, 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 and the other person was maybe like criticizing him, or the other person was like, um, yeah, like draining him, like feeling entitled. That's what it is. Feeling entitled. And I do feel like that stems deeper than just his romantic experiences. It feels like he maybe was in like a bad experience growing up and felt very emotionally unsafe is kind of the best word that's coming through. And so this may be someone who maybe doesn't live in the same place where he was born. Like he doesn't live in the same place as his family. He kind of like wanted to escape the family, get away from the family, get away from that. But he does still carry kind of the scars or the pain from that. So he is very sensitive when it comes to like romantic relationships. He's very sensitive to certain behaviors because it kind of triggers old wounds. Okay. So, with him, you have to understand that you have a little bit more of a sensitive guy than you may know. Okay. He may be more sensitive than you know. He may put up a good mask. He may put up a very masculine mask. But he is very intuitive, and um he does sense like when he could potentially end up in like an emotionally toxic situation. Okay, so I feel like with him, you kind of have to prove yourself. Okay, you kind of have to prove yourself that you are emotionally healthy, that you are stable, that you're not going to drain him, that there is going to be reciprocity, that there is going to be respect, that there is going to be, appreciation and gratitude for everything he does. Because honestly, this is a type of guy you get together, he does everything for you. He does everything for you because that's the type of person he is. He wants to be that person. He wants to find that girl that he can just give everything to and take care of her and give all of his love to. But he wants to be seen and respected for that, and appreciated for that, and not looked down upon and taken advantage for that. Okay. All right. So let's see kind of what's next here, where this goes. I have the Hierophant. Oh, two cards. I have the Hierophant and the Six of Pentacles. Yeah. Basically with him, like I said in the beginning, he doesn't have a plan here. He doesn't have a strategic plan. He will start making those plans once you've passed the test. Once he's determined that you're healthy, once he's determined that you are safe, once he's determined that you're not going to be toxic to him, he will start thinking a little bit more about the future. But right now, he's kind of just feeling things out, trusting his intuition, going with the flow, observing. Okay. And with the Six of Pentacles, he's really just going to match your energy. He's going to match your energy. If you're giving him the right energy, he's going to give the right energy back. If you're not giving him the right energy, he's just not. Again, this is something he's learned. He's kind of learned that through his experiences, not to give everything all at once. That's how he's gotten hurt in the past. He's given a lot. He's loved hard. He's loved a lot. And he's been rejected. He's been taken advantage of. So he's learned how to pull back. He's learned how to, move more appropriately through situations. So that's what it is. He's kind of reading your energy, sussing you out, figuring you out. So just give him that chance and an opportunity to do that. But bottom of the deck, I do have the Three of Cups. Okay. He, like I said earlier, with the Three of Swords, there are other situations in his life. It's not like he has all of his attention towards you and towards love. He does have his attention on other things. There are other things that are taking his energy. So You may also have kind of these breaks in the courting process or in the dating process where it seems like you're getting momentum and then like the momentum kind of like dies. Don't take that personal. It's circumstantial, okay? Once his life settles a bit and once he has determined that you are someone that he wants to pursue, you will feel more consistency from him. But at this particular moment in time, you may not be getting that consistency from him. But I wouldn't allow that to give you like a negative perception of him. Don't take that as, oh, he's an inconsistent person or, he's emotionally unavailable or, he doesn't like me that much. Don't start taking it in a negative direction. If you do take it in a negative direction, that's kind of showing more of your insecurity. That's showing more of where you maybe have some fears around relationship. Okay. So just let things be as they are. Okay, just give him a good account of who you are. Be real, be honest, be true with him, and that's going to go a long way with this particular guy. Okay? Alrighty. So that's what I have for you guys right now. I hope that was helpful. Uh I will put together a list here and we will do your readings. I have Sarah and I have country. So you guys can post your questions. Hello, everybody. Okay, so for Sarah, Sarah wants to know, would like to know the Libra's feelings for me. So, most important message for Sarah, please. How does the Libra feel about Sarah? How does the Libra feel about Sarah? Okay, I have two cards coming out here. I have the Four of Cups in reverse, and I have the Lovers, or I'm sorry, the Four of Cups upright and the Lovers in reverse. Okay. So I feel like this person feels like you are like emotionally closed off or that you're emotionally coping or dealing with something. They don't feel like your heart is fully open. They don't feel like they can have the relationship with you that maybe they would want. Okay. So it's not to say that maybe you are emotionally closed off or you're not open to love. It's like you just may not be what they are particularly looking for. Okay. They may be looking for something in particular and feel like they're not going to get that with you. Okay. And that may not be a bad thing. Maybe it's, maybe you don't want what they want, right? Maybe you don't want to be involved in what they're involved in. Okay. They do feel you have like a box that you're in. It's like you're looking for these specific characteristics. You're looking for these specific things and then if someone checks those boxes then you're going to open up. Not that you're just like a naturally open person, which again, maybe it's a good thing that this person feels that way because they may want to And it's not necessarily a bad thing, but they may want to do things that you're like that you would classify as meaning more than what they would classify it as. It just feels like there's more of like a restriction, I guess, let's say. Like they need to like jump through these hoops or something like that. And he's just like, listen, like I just kind of want something like this. Like that's that, you know? So, it's maybe a blessing in disguise, honestly, that things are kind of like this so that way you don't end up in a situation with someone that you think things are going one way, but this person is thinking completely differently. So, yeah, I feel like this person is kind of like recognizing that you have requirements, standards, boundaries, whatever. And they're like, oof, okay. Like I see that, but I'm not really trying to do that. So they may try to see if they can kind of like, you know, um, not manipulate you. I don't want it to sound bad. See if you will let their guard down for you. But I do feel like this person knows that you're like looking for something and they know they can't give it to you, but they still may try to like act or pretend like, yeah, like I will. So I would just be careful with what you see. So Libras are very good at like, being charming and like try to make you be comfortable with them and make they try to like, make you feel like you're on the same page, but like deep down inside they have their own agenda. I feel like you and this person's agendas on a deep level are different, but they may try to like get you to abandon your agenda and to come onto theirs. So I would just be careful with this particular person. Their feelings are not really, and that's the thing with a Libra. Like a Libra will literally not like you, but still try to be like connected to you if they can get something like out of you. So, yeah, I feel like what you see with this person actually where they're really at is like very, very different. So I would proceed with caution with this person. They already feel like they're not going to have the thing about Libras, they're looking for people that they can fully connect with. And with you, they feel like I can't really fully connect with you, but maybe I can still get something out of you. So, yeah, I don't know if you really want that, but yeah. So, that's what I'm getting with that person. Hopefully that is helpful for you. For country, you said, how's Danny feeling after our communication lately? So for country, how is Danny feeling after their communication lately? You are welcome, Sarah. Good luck. All right, Danny's feelings, country. We have the 6 of Wands. Okay, so he's very happy with how things are going with you, with the communication. This may be like a big improvement, okay, from how things were previously. There maybe was a period of time where you and this person were on different pages or seeing things from different perspectives. And now it feels like you guys are on the same page or there's a greater understanding, and it feels good to not have that disconnect, okay? Not that everything may be perfect, but it may be nice that at least things perhaps are a little bit more balanced, or there's a little bit more understanding, or there's a little bit more like simpatico between the two of you. So that makes him happy. And I also have the Six of Pentacles. So I have two sixes here. He also feels like there's like you're in a balanced place and he's in a balanced place, or there's a greater understanding of where you're at versus he's at. Whereas maybe before there was confusion or miscommunication, or there was unrealistic expectations. Okay, it feels like now things are more balanced. Okay, or there's just more like, okay, like, this is where you're at, this is where I'm at. I'm not trying to change you, you're not trying to change me. We just get each other, and just is what it is, right? It's like there may be less sort of like push and pull and more of like understanding, which can be an improvement in the situation. Again, not that maybe everything's perfect, but there could be a bit of an improvement in the situation. So he's happy for that. He's happy for the advancement, the improvement, the progression. That's what he is happy, because, you know, when you're on that page, then it just makes it more possible that things are going to develop in the future, as opposed to when you're on different pages, it can feel a little bit more negative or more bleak, or not as positive that something's going to develop. So he would definitely prefer to feel like this and to feel like things couldn't happen. So he feels happy. That's how I would summarize that for you. So hopefully that is helpful for you. You are welcome. Good luck. Hello, hello. Thank you so much for donating. Aw, I'm glad you love this channel. Yeah, I love it too. That is perfectly fine. No problem. Do your laundry, girl. Love that for you. I see here that your question is love read for you and Johan. Okay, so let's see what you need to know. Hold on one second. Let me just open this for you. Okay. Okay. All right. So, most important messages for Sarah and Johan, please. What does Sarah need to know about Johan at this time? What is his energy towards her? How is he currently thinking and feeling about her? What are his intentions and actions towards her? What does she need to know? All right, let's cut the deck here. Okay, so his overall energy towards you at this time, we have the Six of Pentacles. Okay, so for him, he feels like this is a meeting or a connection between two equals. He feels like you are on the same level and same page as he is, okay, which he likes that. Um, you know, he feels like you're your own person. He is his own person. You have your life. He has his life. And he does feel like it is possible for, at some point in time, for your lives to have some type of intersection, like whatever that looks like. He does feel like in the future that could potentially be possible. But on just a more basic level, or I guess just a right now level, he feels like you are equally yoked, so to speak. Okay. Like he feels like, there's nothing that he can do that you can't do, you know, or nothing that you can't do that he can't do. If you come together, it's not going to be a mismatch of energy, right? Where it's like, okay, he has to do all of this because you don't know how to do it or you can't handle it. It feels like you can very much so handle whatever. He can handle whatever. So, in terms of your material life, it will be very safe, very secure, very stable. You can hold down a household, you can raise children, you can work, you can bring money, you know what I mean? Like it feels like it will be very stable. And I do think that this is something that he does value. He values stability. Okay? So he has identified and recognized that you are someone that he could have stability, equality, um safety with. Okay, so that's kind of like the first way that he thinks about you. And he may be comparing you to other situations or other people that he's been involved with. He maybe has been with people that maybe were like younger than him or more immature than him or not as stable as him. And that maybe caused issues, problems, or like he couldn't really see himself really being with those people, even if maybe he had like passionate or romantic feelings for them. He maybe wasn't really seeing the realistic future. So with you, it feels realistic. It feels like you're someone that people in his life would respect, someone that people in his life would say, "Okay, yeah, this is a good choice, this is a good person." And it does feel like that is important to him. It's important for the people around him to respect the person that he's with or to think that he's making a good decision, that's important. So he feels like you're like a good person to build a life with, okay? Like you check a very big box that I think a lot of people don't really check for him, or it's hard to find someone that he would like fully trust with, you know, his resources or trust with giving big responsibility to. So that's like the first thing that I would definitely say. You said that's good. He and I have a lot of earth placement. Yeah, exactly. So, with him having earth placements, that's a lot of what he thinks about. And, you know, with you also having those same placements, you guys are going to be on the same page about, a lot of things. Okay, so let's see what he's thinking about you at this time. I have the 7 of Wands. I just flew out of the deck here. Okay, so on a mental level, however, he feels like he can't really fully open up to you or let his guard down with you. It feels like there's something that he is holding back. He does have like some type of wall or guard up when it comes to you. So let's go a little bit deeper than with that one. Please clarify. Oh my God, 100 cards. Most important message, please, to clarify the 7 of Wands. What is this? Knight of Swords. Okay. Okay, yeah, here's the other side of this. With that being said, okay, with the fact that you guys are equals, I don't want this to sound bad. It's not meant to be a bad thing, but he does just feel like you're hard to control or like tell what to do. Okay. That's kind of the opposite side of that. Which again, I think he's been in situations where maybe he did have someone that was a little bit more like subservient to him, but then that person wasn't really bringing a lot to the table or was immature. You're kind of the opposite, where it's like you do bring a lot to the table, but because you bring a lot to the table, you're harder to control. You're harder to like tell what to do, or you're not as going to be as dependent on him, which, in a sense, he kind of does want to feel like that. Like, he wants to feel like the person that he's with, like, respects him, listens to him, looks to him for like guidance or direction. But then he also wants that person to be independent. Okay, so he's kind of looking for something a little bit hard to find, maybe, yeah, a little hard to find. Kind of a little unrealistic, maybe. But nonetheless, it's just how he is, okay? He feels like, you have your own way, your own life. You're not really needing someone. And that does make him feel like, I don't know if I can fully invest here because I don't know what I would do. He doesn't really know what he can do to bring value. I guess the, kind of a negative thing about him being an earth placement is he wants to go where he can provide value, right? Where it's going to make sense. Not just where he's going to go and there's like love and affection, that's not really going to totally do it for him. So he's kind of feeling like with your situation, he doesn't really know like what he could do for you, or what the thing that you would need, he doesn't really, not that he doesn't want to, it's like he may not really be in a position, you may need someone that can provide a lot. And he may be like, okay, I'm not really trying to provide all of this. That's a little bit much, for where I'm at right now. So it kind of feels like this, like, it's like a sucky situation because he's like, on one hand, you're perfect. It's like on paper, you're perfect, or this makes sense on paper, but it's not making sense in reality. So I don't know if I can fully open up and fully invest here. So he may notice with him, he's maybe like kind of hot and cold, or he seems all in, then he's all out. Like he seems interested, and then he's like hard to read because he's like not really knowing like if there's like anything for him to like do here or anything he can do here. You said, sorry, it's not funny. He's just audacious. I can see that. I mean, girl, he wants to be in control. Okay. So a guy that kind of takes that stance is going to be bold. You know what I mean? Um, and you said sometimes I go along and other times I ask questions. Right, exactly. It's the asking questions. It's like for him, asking questions is like challenging him. And like he doesn't want to be challenged. He wants to be like, what I say is what goes. And that's that. And you like comply. Like that's kind of the type of guy that he is. Like, I'm number one and you're number two. So, but he feels like you're not really like the number two type. You're kind of more of like a one. It's like he's a one and you're a one. And it's like, he's alpha, you're alpha. He wants you to be beta. So he doesn't know if you're like beta. Um, you said he seems to have a guard up, but I am bubbly with him. Yeah, makes sense. You said, yep, he does want to be in control, and I kind of like it, honestly. Yeah. So that's like what he would have to see with you, that you're more comfortable letting him be in full control. That's kind of what he is likely testing you on right now. It's the way he feels about you. We have King of Pentacles. Yeah, he feels like, here's the thing. He's not stupid, right? Like, it's not like a matter of just, pretending like, yeah, I'll just pretend to be like soft girl, like, no, he's smarter than that. You're not going to like fool him into that because he's not really looking at you for how you're making him feel. He's looking at your real situation, your real scenario. And when he looks at your real scenario, like I said, you're an alpha, okay? You're in a position of power in your life, so to speak, in the sense that you have responsibilities, you're in a responsible position in your career, you have things that you're doing, you have ambitions, okay? Like you're living in your masculine, okay? So that's the way he feels about you. Like you're living in your masculine, you kind of have a more masculine lifestyle. You're not living on money from your family and you're just like getting your nails done every day and like going to parties, like you're not really kind of living a life where you need structure. Like you kind of have your own structure. So he doesn't really need to like provide you with structure. So he's like, I don't know, what can I do for you? You already have structure. You already have a place. You already have a job, you have responsibilities, like, what can I do for you? You know, like, he's not really seeing what he can do for you in the position that you're currently in, which, you know, I'm not saying that's it's a bad thing. It's just for him and the type of relationship that he wants, he's just not seeing what he can do. And that's very important. Like, men need to see the point of being with you. Like, and for him, it has nothing to do with love. For him, it's a practical thing. So he's not seeing the practical need for him. Um, you said, I can see myself being softer with him. I think I can get there. But it's kind of deeper than that. It's not about being softer, it's more of the lifestyle that he's not really getting. You said, Brie, I'm here asking about him and I got my surgery in a few hours. Oh my god, girl, you should be sleeping. Are you crazy? I'm just trying to get my room and rest when I get back. Yes, that'll be nice. I don't want to be anymore. Girl, I'm going to my surgery solo. Oh no. What do you mean? How can you go to surgery solo? I thought you had to have someone to take you and pick you up. You said it kind of makes me sad, not gonna lie. My cousin, oh, okay, your cousin's gonna pick you up. But it reminds me when I went into labor, I want my person. Yes, I understand. Can I donate for the diff for a full love rating? Sure, yeah. Oh my god, I can't believe your surgery is tomorrow. That came so fast. I hope you're ready. Um, Yeah, and I'm so sad that you are going alone, but at least you have your cousin. Hopefully, you have someone to look out for you afterwards. But I definitely understand that, you know, and you do have Jupiter in your eighth house, right? So it's like you are going to want to have that intimate connection with somebody, you know, right now. So I can understand that. I'm going to Uber it. I don't want to disturb anyone. Oh my. See, this is what you have to work on, you know, like, is disturbing people. Like, you're not disturbing people. It's okay to be vulnerable. And that's exactly what I think I'm getting from him is he doesn't feel like you're vulnerable enough to be in a relationship with him, you know, like you're not really in a position where there's anything he can do for you. And saying exactly that, I don't want to disturb, is exactly the point. You know, like a guy that likes you really wants to, he wants to feel useful, you know? So he wants to be like, okay, yeah, she needs me for that, you know, like there's a purpose for me. And these are the types of things that like you have to be more, you know, like I don't have it all myself. I do need help. There is lack, you know, I do have, you know, needs, and that's where it makes the man feel big because he's like, okay, yeah, I can do that. I can fill that need. And he feels confident when he can do something for you. But with him, he feels like I can't really do anything for you, you know? So that's kind of like how he's feeling, you know? Um, You said I know, but girl, my brother isn't as he's not really trying to help me with anything. Well, then it doesn't have to be him, it could be someone else. I just feel like a nuisance. Yeah, I need to let this idea go. Exactly. You have to let that idea go. And that's exactly what the eclipse last week was about, is letting go of an old identity so you can be in a new identity that welcomes love into your life. So you may still have this old identity. I'm a nuisance. Nobody wants me. Nobody's here to help me. And you have to let go of that identity of like, woe me, poor me, and switch into a new identity of there's plenty of love around me. I have so much help around me. I have so many people who care about me, and start to see life from that perspective Even if at first you kind of have to like gaslight yourself into thinking that, because by carrying around a negative identity right now, it's like you're just sort of like setting yourself up for failure, you know? So if you're wanting to watch something after your surgery, you need entertainment, watch that Leo webinar that I put out because it'll explain why this is the time this next year where you have to let go of your old identity. It's time. You have to let go of your old identity before you can have your new identity. So, all right, let's see what else is going on with this guy. Okay. So let's see what his true intentions are with you right now. Yeah, it's a personal journey that you have to go on for sure. Okay, so let's see what his intentions are at this time. I have the Seven of Cups. Yeah. He's not fully knowing what his intentions are right now. Okay. There's a lot of question marks that he has. Okay, there's a lot of uncertainty that he has. Some of it's on his end, but some of it's on your end as well. Um Again, we already discussed not knowing what he can do for you, not knowing what value he can really provide for you. If you're fully open to him and his lifestyle, okay, there's a lot of like boxes that he can't check. And so it makes it hard to know what his intention is because it's not like all the boxes are checking. Okay, so there is uncertainty. Okay, so what's holding the connection back from moving forward? I have two cards. I have the Eight of Pentacles and I have the Sun. So again, this can be on both sides. It doesn't necessarily have to be one side. Number one, we have Eight of Pentacles, which is work. Okay, it could be his work, your work, both of your works. Working may be an important part of his life, your life, both of your lives, where it takes a lot of your time, a lot of your energy, a lot of your attention, a lot of your emotional energy as well. Okay, and with the Sun here, your work may be preventing you from experiencing love, joy, fun, play, pleasure together, which is going to be a really important part of developing the relationship, right? Is just this is another thing too. This is another thing why he doesn't know, he can't really have an intention with you because he hasn't felt you. He hasn't felt you, not meaning like feel you like your body, but like feel what your love feels like, feel what your happiness feels like, feels what your joy feels like. Like there's a lot of feelings that he hasn't experienced with you, and maybe that's because of work. Okay, if it's not work, it's just like your material situation, like his material situation, your material situation, like your physical realities, like something about your physical realities just keep you very where you are. Um and so it's not, you're like, to be honest, like to be real, it's like it doesn't even feel like this connection is really in a position where it can go anywhere, even if you wanted it to, at this particular moment in time, because it feels like the work is very demanding. Demanding. It's very demanding on your bodies or your souls. So, it's very difficult. You said right now it's his work. He had to report to his military exactly. Yeah. So it's like he's not even available to do this, really. You said he says that things should slow down soon with work. Yeah, that's gonna be important. You said I am lovable, he's gonna love me. Well, of course he is, girl. So, yeah, like I that's really the biggest thing. It's like you need to be in each other's presence, you need to feel each other's energies. He needs to feel your heart, you need to feel his heart, he needs to feel your joy, he needs to feel that like feminine energy, you need to feel his masculine energy, you need to see how the chemistries are feeling together. Because then with that, that's going to be like the motivation to push through the circumstantial difficulties that each of you feel. It's going to make it feel worth it, to do the hard work, because this is going to require hard work. This with him is going to require hard work on both of your sides. Okay. All right. So let's clarify what we have here. Let's go a layer deeper with him. So clarifying the Six of Pentacles and his overall towards you. I have the Five of Cups. Right. It's like for him, this makes sense on paper, but it's like he's not feeling it. You know, it's like he's not feeling it. He feels distant. He feels like it's not, yeah, it's like this makes sense, but it's not feeling it. It's kind of feeling like the feeling, I guess, you would feel like with an arranged marriage is like the energy I'm getting. Like, where it's like, okay, yeah, this makes sense because we're from the same culture and our parents like each other and we're from the same caste, like it's like giving that energy, but like, but we're not madly in love. You know what I mean? Like it's not giving that yet. Not that it can't get there. It's like it's just not there. So that's why for him, he's like, yeah, like no, like I want to see what happens, but I don't know, I'm not feeling it. Part of it is him not being open to it. Part of it maybe you not being open to it, fully having your guard down, him not fully his guard down. Like there's definitely, it's like you're not there yet, so to speak. It's like it's just not there yet. Not that it can't get there, but it's just not there right now. Okay, so clarifying the Seven of Wands and the Knight of Swords of how he thinks about you. I have the Justice card. Okay. Yeah. That, like I said, he will be more willing to make the commitment to you when he can clearly see that you are more, how can I say it? Like he wants to feel, let's just put it this way. He wants to feel like you are down for his life, okay? And it's not to say like, oh, you're not going to have any say in what happens in this relationship with him. I'm not saying that at all. It's just like he wants to kind of feel more like you are following him. You are listening to him, looking to him for direction. You're going to be willing to go along with whatever it is that he's doing. Okay? So I guess he's in the military. I don't know how long he's going to be in the military. I don't know what he's planning for his career in the military. If it's a short-term thing, long-term thing, I don't know. But whatever it is, whatever he chooses to do or decides to do, he wants you on board with him. You're coming to him. You're going along with what he's doing. You're on his timeline. You're like not stressing him out, making him feel bad for whatever he's doing. He's like, no, if you're with me, you're doing what I'm doing. We have to live here, then we have to live here. No discussion. Like I'm number 1, you're number 2. That's the way that he is doing this. The girl that he finds that's on board with that, that's the girl he's gonna marry. That's the girl this guy's gonna marry. That's what he feels uncertain with you. He doesn't feel like you have no direction. You don't know what you're doing. You don't have your own plan. He feels like you have your own plans, you have your own thing, and he's not going to compromise with you. You know, at the end of the day, he's like, I'm going to do what I'm going to do. So either you're on board with me or you're not. It's just that simple. That's how it is. So he's not going to, you know, um, pursue you, chase you. No. He wants to feel more like you're willing to give up your life for him. That's what he wants to feel. And that he doesn't feel like that with you. He's not getting that feeling at this particular moment in time that you're willing. And it's kind of more of like I said, if you were like 10 years younger, you hadn't gone to school, you were just in the partying phase of your life and you had no direction, it's easier to persuade somebody like in that position, because they don't really have anything going. It's much easier to persuade someone in that position to like do whatever. He doesn't feel like you're like persuadable, like it's going to be a big to do, for you if you're to move to him. It's not just gonna be like, okay, bye. I just pick up my hair scrunchies and leave, you know what I mean? Like it's a much bigger thing. And he's aware of that. Like he knows that. That's why he's not all in. Because he doesn't want to invest his time in someone that's not gonna be able to be where he's at. It's just that simple for him. He's not going to put a lot of time and energy into something that's not going to work out in the end. So that's just kind of where he's at. He's like, I don't know. Like I'm not seeing it, he's not certain. So, yeah. On a mental level, that's where he's at. You said somehow I end up with these military guys. That is hilarious. Okay, clarifying the King of Pentacles and how he feels about you. You also said, girl, do you know how this man pursued me and I didn't hear from him from a year, but then messaged me from his new number? Yeah, he's like confused with you. Like he wants you, but he also knows realistically like it doesn't make sense with you. So it's like really hard to like let you go, Okay, clarifying the King of Pentacles and how he feels. We have the Nine of Swords. Yes. He doesn't feel that emotional certainty with you. And he's more concerned. He's more like afraid, He's like you can leave him. Let's say that. I know this sounds bad, like, oh, he wants me to be in a position where I can't leave him. Kind of. Okay, not gonna lie. Is it a little toxic? Yeah, a little bit. But he wants to kind of you to be in a position where you can't leave him, but he feels like you can leave him, you can walk away. And that brings up the fear of rejection in him. Okay. He does have a fear of rejection or a fear of abandonment. He will feel more safe being with someone that he knows is not going to leave, is not going to go, can't break his heart, where he has more power in the relationship, where he holds more cards in the relationship. So this is showing, he has this insecurity. He has this insecurity in him. So that's something you want to be really careful. Really, really careful with. A guy that has like insecurities around leaving can become, toxic for sure. He definitely has a level of this. He has a level of this. So you have to be a little bit careful with this guy because he does want to have a level of control over you. Um, you said, it's interesting, Bree, not to keep bringing up my dad. No, you should not be afraid to bring up your dad. You should bring up your dad if you want to bring up your dad. You said, I know that relationship wasn't always rainbows, but he was here. I always felt guided by him. He kept me in check and he was like my guide. But since he's been gone, I do feel a little lost and I want to feel that type of energy. So are you saying like you're kind of going to guys that you feel can be like a guide for you or a guide that can kind of take over the position of your dad? Is that what you're saying by that? Like you want someone so you don't have to feel lost? That's great. That is an excellent connection that you're making there. Maybe that's why you're ending up with military guys because you're looking for someone that has the structure, that has the discipline, the energy of a father. And so that's very good that you're making that connection. And not to say that that's a bad thing to want that. It's okay to want a partner that can provide those things, but you also don't want to lose yourself in the process, right? To give up who you are for the sake of that, because that's going to lead, that has a potential for you to end up in, a toxic, abusive situation, right? Where that person knows that, you want that. And so they kind of hold that against you. And then they're able to kind of treat you however, because they know you just want someone that's going to give you that feeling, right? So it's good to realize that, but also to realize that, it can lead to an unhealthy situation. And I think with your dad, the point of that situation is not for you to replace replace him, because nobody can ever replace your dad, but more to realize what was your dad trying to teach you, right? What were the lessons that he was trying to teach you? Was he trying to teach you to be more discerning? Was he trying to teach you to be more responsible? Like, what was it? Like, what is the legacy of your dad? Not to replace him, but rather to learn from what he was teaching you throughout your lifetime. That's sort of the point of the dad figure in your life, is the dad is the teacher. So every dad is teaching, his kids a lesson. And that's more of the way that you honor the relationship is, my dad always said, whatever, whatever, whatever. Okay, so how you honor that relationship and you keep that relationship alive, you keep his legacy alive, is by honoring that. My dad always said to get an education, whatever. Let's say that's what your dad said. Okay, so I get an education because I want to honor my dad and I want to honor the legacy. Okay, more like that, not like, oh, I don't know what to do. My dad always told me what to do. Let me try and find someone to tell me what to do. No, that's where it gets toxic. Okay. So you want to kind of understand that just because your dad's not here doesn't mean he's not your dad. He's still your dad. He still plays a role in your life. He's going to play a role in your life till the day that you die. And there was a point in all the years you spent with him. It wasn't just spending time with him just to spend time with him. He wasn't just here just because to be here. He was here to guide and teach you something. And what was that? That's the point of the dad figure in our life. What was he trying to instill in you? And you have enough information about him to do that at this point. So rather than trying to move on from your dad, forget about your dad, oh, I don't want to bring up my dad, rather than thinking of him like that, think of it more as, why did I have that relationship in my life? Why was my dad in my life? What was the whole point of that? And what was I supposed to gain and learn from him? That's the higher elevation. That's the higher perspective of a relationship being in our life, was what was the point of that? And that's where you get the freedom, because not everyone is meant to be in our life from beginning to end. Most people will not be in our life from beginning to end, but everyone brings something, and a parent brings big karma, right? So your dad is your soulmate. Whether he's here or not, he's still your soulmate. So you still have karma connected to him, and you're not going to feel satisfied until you work through the karma with him. And he doesn't have to be here for you to work through the karma. Okay. So with this guy that we're talking about here, he's not trying to teach you anything. What he wants is compliance. Okay. So you're not going to get that from him. You're not going to get what you're looking for from this guy. He wants compliance. Okay. And that's that. And you will kind of have to give up yourself in a sense. You kind of will have to let go of some of yourself to be with him. Okay. And that's something that you have to think if that's right and healthy for you. If you want to give up, yourself to be what he wants. So let's get some messages from him and from spirit about him. Okay, so what does Johann want to say to Sarah? What does his higher self want to say to Sarah? Okay, I knew exactly what I was doing, which I'm reading this in the present tense, which is I know exactly what I'm doing. Okay, so what I want to say about him is he is very intelligent. He is very smart. He knows what he's looking for. Okay, he's looking for a submissive, not just in the bedroom, but in life. Okay, he's looking for a life submissive. Someone that's going to do whatever he says, go wherever he goes, not going to fight him, not going to try to have their own life, not going to try to do their own thing. Someone that's there to support him, completely. Which, again, there's nothing really wrong with that if the man that you're doing that for is providing you with the life that you want, right? If the life that he's living, I don't know what his lifestyle is like, but if the life that he's living is a life that you want, like that's your ideal dream life, you're like, yeah, I want to live this life where I don't know where I'm going to be all the time. If that's what you want, then okay, great, But if he's kind of living a life that you're like not really wanting, you want more certainty, you want more clarity, or you have your own idea of what you want and it's not matching up with him, then it's not going to work. So that's something you have to be, knowing about yourself. Like, I know I want, XYZ lifestyle, and the right guy for you will also be living XYZ lifestyle already, or he'll have the same dream as you. Not where it's like, oh, yeah, like I can make it work, oh, that's what he's doing. Yeah, I can fit into that. Like, no, that's the first mistake, right? So you don't want to be like making the mistake to try to like alter and change your life to fit in to what he wants if that's not naturally what you want to do. Because otherwise you're going to be miserable. You'll be very, very miserable with him. So know that he's very intelligent. He can read you very well. Okay? That's why he's not going all in with you, because he already knows with you it's more complicated. You're not as easy to control. You're not as complicit. You're not as manipulatable. That's why he's not all in. He's like in and not in. Like he may try to test you. He may test your temperature. Like you said, oh, he was talking to me, then he wasn't talking to me, and then he texted from a new number, right? He may kind of come in, test your temperature. Oh, is she what I'm wanting now? No. Okay, he dips out. Okay, is she more willing now? Let me check. No. Okay, you know what I mean? Like that's what he's doing with you. He's testing your temperature. He's seeing, okay, if I act like this, how does she respond to me? Is she like, chasing me? Is she seeming kind of needy? Is she seeming kind of desperate? He's looking for those signs that he can tell you what to do. Okay. And he's not getting that from you, which not that you want to be that type of girl anyways, but like he's not getting the indications from you that you're like, easily manipulated. Okay. So he's very smart. Don't underestimate him. And funny enough, I checked the bottom of the deck I'm about to use, and the card says integrity. Does the situation align with your values and your morals? right? So you don't want to change your values and your morals just to go along with what someone wants. And I feel like that really applies here because I feel like he kind of will take you out of your energy if you let him. Okay, well, let's see what message comes from Spirit here. Okay, we have protected. So I feel like with him, when he's not really, when he's pulling back or he's not really acting in a way you want him to act or things like that, it's actually God protecting you. Like things not moving forward with him or, oh, him getting called to work, you guys not being able to see each other. It's actually a form of protection um, from the universe. Okay. God is not going to let this progress forward if it's not going to be safe. Okay. Um, Even if you're not thinking clearly, God is thinking clearly. God knows what you want, knows what you're looking for, and knows his heart and his intentions, and is not going to allow things to progress forward with him if it's not going to be right, truly, truly right. So, with him, you don't want to push or force or like try to make things happen because it's honestly in your best interest. And if he's not really pushing forward and make things happen with you, it's honestly in your best interest. Okay. He's not like healthy, he's not healthy. There's maybe things about him that you like, but on the back end relationship with him, it's not going to be like a healthy relationship at this particular point in time. Okay. So just know that God has his hand in this situation with you. All right, let's get another oracle. I have past life relationship. Okay, so just like how you were kind of making that connection to him and your dad or guys in the military and your dad, you could definitely have some type of karma that maybe needs to be worked out in the situation. This maybe is why you feel pulled towards it, because there may be a lesson for you to learn or karma for you to learn from the situation. Or maybe it's time for you to finally realize why you are attracted to these types of men, like what it is about them that actually attracts you. And maybe not necessarily that you're meant to eventually end up with the guy from the military, but why it is that you feel the pull towards them. And you can kind of like break the spell, so to speak, of why you have this attraction towards them. There's something about them that is why you're going towards them. I think you're making that connection to your dad. Okay, so there's something there that maybe you couldn't work out with your dad that you can work out with another guy from the military. Okay, and some things that happen with our parents, we can't work out with our parents because we don't have intimate relations with our parents. We can only have intimate relationships with people, who are not our parents. So that is why this could be happening, and maybe why you had this thing with B for a long time, because you could never work out that karma, with your father, but you could work it out with B. So I think the same thing's kind of happening here, where there's a level of karma that's just being worked out. There's like lessons that are being learned here that you can only learn with this particular type of guy. But what I will say is, once you kind of learn the lesson, you will stop attracting these types of guys. And so I think that is what is happening here. Okay. All right. So let's look at what comes next. What you can expect moving forward. Ooh, I have a lot. Most important messages, please. Okay, this just wants to come out. I have the 9 of Cups coming out in reverse. I feel like there may be some type of circumstance or situation with him that makes you feel uneasy towards him. Let's get more information about that. I do feel some type of like emotional uneasiness with him. Okay, what is this? 5 of Swords. Yeah. This is either going to be a conversation you have with him, a realization you have about him, a realization you have about yourself. You may come to kind of realize how you and him are on different pages. He may say something that's off the wall, okay? Or you may not be feeling as safe with him emotionally for some reason, okay? It feels like something's going to happen that you're not happy with. You're not liking it, you're not appreciating it. It's showing the differences. Okay, let's see what else. Yeah, I have the Tower in reverse. Yeah, I think that you still may be kind of on him. I also have the World in reverse. These are really big cards. Tower reverse, World in reverse are really big energies. So, yeah, I feel like there's something that's going to happen with him that you're like, I don't like this about him, or I'm kind of seeing, maybe where we're not as compatible as I thought. But I'm also seeing either him still sticking on to you or you still sticking on to him, not wanting to fully let this go, not wanting to fully release it. Again, maybe there's just still more karma to be learned from him, more karma that's needing to be worked out here. So I do feel like this may persist for some more time, but it may not be meeting your emotional needs, right? You may realize that you have more needs and that he can't meet them, right? Again, maybe he can't reach them because of work, whatever. But it's like there may be a realization that you don't have to put your emotional needs on the back burner just because your partner has to work. And that may be something that maybe you did experience. I don't know what the situation was with your dad being in the military. I don't know if maybe there were times if you wanted him, but you couldn't have him because he was away at work. So now you kind of create this situation in your love life where you have emotions, but you're like, oh, I understand the person's at work. And you kind of are playing out the same story over and over again in your romantic relationships, that it feels normal because that's what you experienced as a child. So it doesn't feel abnormal, but it's also not right, and it may be a part of the identity that you're having to let go of at this time, where I don't have to be self-sacrificing of my emotions because my partner is busy, or because my partner is at work, or I can't experience physical intimacy because my partner is away, on business. My partner is away on work. My partner lives in a different city. So I have to put my physical needs aside because this is what he's doing, right? That may be a part of the deeper psychological chain that you're having to break, that love can be close, love can be near, love can be available, it can be on demand, it can be here, and I don't have to wait or deny myself or sacrifice myself or deny myself of what I actually want because that other person, and then maybe really never even get it, right? Thinking like, oh, if I just hold out long enough, it's going to come, when in reality it never does, right? In reality it never never works out. So that might be a deeper theme where Maybe you had really, really, really deep emotional needs and they never were met, or it was always like, I have to wait, you know, this amount of time and then it'll come. And so then you kind of are doing the same thing over and over again. So you may kind of play this out with Johan for a little bit, right? You may sort of experience the same feelings that you felt as a child with him. And this feels significant and you think it's to do with Johan, but it's really more about your inner child processing and experiencing something from your adult perspective. Okay. So I say with him, be careful. Be careful. What you see is not what you get. The front end of him and the back end of him are very, very different. And you may have to give up a lot of yourself to make this work when this really isn't, something that is necessarily, something that you need to be compromising yourself for. So, yeah, that's what I have with him. It's definitely karmic. Okay. It's definitely karmic. So, because it's karmic, it's going to last, the time it has to last, right? Until the lesson is learned, the karma is going to still be there. But it's just important to understand that it is karmic. And the only way to, for karmic situations to be successful is that both of you have to be conscious, both of you have to be aware, both of you have to be, doing the work. And I don't think he's doing that at this time. I think you're more connected in that sense. And so this will serve you purpose, certainly, for a period of time. But unless he makes some big changes on his end, then this will eventually get to the point where you're going to have to, move forward from it. It's going to be the same type of B situation where it's going to be the same thing. You're going to eventually outgrow the person, but let's see. I'm not going to count him out, but he has to have the same level of consciousness because he has the fear of abandonment and he wants to control you because of that. So he has insecurities on his side as well. Alrighty. So lots and lots there. But I think because you have surgery tomorrow, you should definitely just try to clear your mind and focus on what you're about to do and set the intention for what you want to happen tomorrow and what you want your recovery to look like, and just focus on that. There's nothing that this guy can do for you right now, okay? So focus on what's ahead, just the next step ahead and then the next step after that. And it's my pleasure. That's why I'm here. I'm here to help.